Hello. Is the game volume okay? I turned it up a little. Okay, good. Before I do the thing with the game thing, I'm in a full suit and tie. I'm ready. Tolvir is seated. He knows. I commissioned. Oh, I don't have them credited. I will add it to my list. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I will probably be hydrating extra this stream. But I commissioned a special asset because I didn't think to have it as part of my model at any point. So now we have, in two forms, it's the same asset. We have Tolvir plushie. He is real. He is very squishy. I have it like this. Yay! It is he. And I have like comfy edition, which I kind of prefer. Yay! This was made by Moshi Studio. Thank you, Moshi Studio. Maximum comfy. Yeah, I feel like it's way more comfy if I do that. I mean, it's the same plushie. I just put a blanket over it the second time. I definitely envisioned, like, it to be a little different. Maybe a lot different. It's a little or a lot different, but it is real. Tolvir plushie exists. But for this stream, because it's a visual novel, I must book. I think I disconnected the page turn redeem. I'll look at my list and make sure that it's off. Yeah, it should be. Oh yeah. I'm happy it's done. I'm happy I have it. We'll use it for like a comfy game sometime, maybe next week? I don't know. I'll use it when I feel like it. I don't think it'll be a redeem. Unless I want to make it like fade. So I'll probably just toggle that on and off myself. Are you guys ready? Okay. I don't think anyone's asking why I picked this Ace Attorney and not the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney games. Listen, this game, I don't know why, but this game is like comfort food. I love this game a lot. I've played it a couple times, but not in a while. I feel bad because Tolvir's not gonna like it. I'm kind of worried nobody's gonna like it. This is not a popular game. I think originally it was a 3DS game, and then it was like Japan only. Like I think the Switch port was kind of a big deal. But there's two of them. We're playing the first one. Yay! Oh, I should probably move my frame a little. Probably have it up here a little.
The Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the
Hello! OMG, an anime cutscene in a game? I know, I can't believe this. Oh my. What in the heck?
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Hang on, I gotta I gotta toggle. Oh my god. God, I hope this will be okay. I don't play visual novels often. Hello. I'm not gonna read the locations. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm also trying not to block the thing. My day is good. How is yours? I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. I can't either. How could it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber I can read? It's the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate. Third day? I could never. What? What? Oh, no. Nothing. Savior glares. Murderer. Sorry. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yubei University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. I mean, that's fair. I am never going back to that Discord. But that's okay. To be fair, though, I can get why. Always follow the rules of your Discords. But here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough? What's enough? Oh. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. Then who are you? This is a good boy. I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Hi. Oh, you know what? Leah needs to witness. Hang on. I gotta toggle my toggles. I did a thing. And I had Tolvir asset made. Tolvir plushie is real. It's pretty squishy. Yes. Yes, it was. Oh. Oh, I got it. I have my things wrong. Wow, they're ordered wrong. I will fix that after stream. When I did it, I won a pet plushie. I don't know what happened to my hotkey toggles. Why the order of them is wrong. Plushies for raid only. Yeah, he was expensive. I encourage. I had it in mind to be a little bit like an existing VTube Studio asset, so I asked the people who made that one. I was like, could you maybe make a custom one? So he exists. Yay! Proud of you. I felt like you needed to see it. But I don't know what VTube Studio did to the order of them. I will figure that out off stream, because otherwise it's gonna bother me. We're never gonna do anything. It's good day. I mean, my work was better than I expected. So, except for I had to ask a dumb question because somebody didn't clarify. So many done goofed. It wasn't me. This time. Until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Yes, he has a sword. Don't ask. Technicalities. Look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Modern day samurai. No, this one takes place in, like, early 1900s? Late 1800s? This is like before the timeline of most of the ace attorneys. Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, No, I suppose that wasn't my fault. I know, I love that. On the headband. Listen, I love this character a lot. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Mood. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I would never. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. You mean... Ain't no way these are university students. You can't fool me, game. I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. Those uniforms. Kazuma Asoki, my best friend. Also in his second year in Yume University. I mean, it probably wasn't a thing then, but it's not even that common now. Some people wait a while to go to college. But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. Someday, though. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma, truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! Someone read the board in the back. I would if I could. Looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I love this one. This is my favorite one. I have played most of them. I played the Phoenix Wright trilogy, and then I played these. And then I played the Apollo Justice trilogy. And then I played the Investigations games. I learned in like 2019 when the Switch ports happened that I really like Ace Attorney. I mean, depending on the artist, yes. Moving fast. I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. How many successes in court has he had? So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you. And proud. As your friend. Friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. Maybe that's where the perpetual wind comes from. Maybe that's why the headband is always moving. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. Man's got that anime protagonist aura. He does. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. I don't think it's... I don't know. They don't say exactly, but he is like an ancestor of Phoenix Wright, yes. But they didn't change the name or anything. Because I think in the... Or is... I don't actually know what the Phoenix Wright's name is in the original Japanese version. I think his last name is Naruhodo back then. But I don't know. only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. 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 Yeah, so then the Naruhodo family name sticks in the Japanese version, but changes in the English one. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, I have a word. I have an idea. Ah, yay, it's her. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. It does indeed. But never mind that for now. Asogi, you should go immediately to the judge's chambers. I know some people will do, like visual novels with like a group in a Discord call, but to do that I would have to share OBS, like streaming it over Discord and streaming it live, and I think my computer would explode. So it will just be me, I'm sorry. I forgot to apologize for that at the top. Why is Tolvir mad? Maybe. Yeah, my VTuber sister Queenie is doing, Umineko, I think? And she's got like a whole group of people, but I think my laptop would explode if I was streaming, OBS in the Discord call and then streaming, like streaming. I got spooked by Ogre Cat. Tolvir's Uber Musume is not going well. Neither is mine though. They gave me all those carrots and I rolled for Umas like I always do, and I cry because I got nothing I needed or wanted. It's fine. It's fine, I'm not mad. I'm not gonna cry again because my Mihono Bourbon cope is never ending. I have a love-hate relationship with that game. Horse Girl's cute, but the game hates me. It's fine though. Someday I'll get to roll a gotcha again. I might roll for current John, we'll see. But back to the thing. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. I've never played Skyrim. Who is this man? I don't know. Who could this be? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke, I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. Bye, Susato! This is awkward. This is awkward. I'm really, like... I hate the sound of my own voice, so of course I'm playing a visual novel. If I may? Yes? Sorry? You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe? Yes, yes, that's right. Rain, same. No. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yubei University. What kind of school is this? We have a forensics, like, class. Actually, my high school had a forensic science class. I did take it. It was fun. Although I think I needed some assistance when we had to dissect a couple things. I love all voices. Until they make me sing something, then it's a problem. Ah, Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Cosmo before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Cosmo studying abroad. Asogi's told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Except for chihuahuas. No, well, some of them. Some do, I think. I think it depends on the dog. I feel like my dog learned to be more noisy. Although she's pretty chill. But she's not a chihuahua. Oh no no. Oh no no. She's wondering why I'm talking to her. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. That too. I think it's some of both. It is a lot of the environment, though. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked and never granted again. I really put it all on the line for me. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. I do. But I didn't do it. I swear it. I'm not a murderer. I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? Please do. Please play this. These games are so good. We won't see him unless I like open up my screenshots and I show who he is, the prosecutor in Britain. I love that guy. He might have a tendency to throw wine bottles. Maybe. You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so... Is he trying to wine and dine you? No. He like throws it over his shoulder into the gallery behind him. I think I have at least one screenshot of him like taking his foot and slamming it on his like desk as well. This game is great. And I only know like one other person who's played it. Which is sad. I can tell you it's very not a popular category on Twitch. It came out the same time as The World Ends With You sequel, and I feel like everybody slept on both of these games. They're both good. As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not... Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant, hello? It is me. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. I am proceeding. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Cosmo Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Bro, it's been 5 seconds. Leave me alone. I'm right here. Get moving. There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. Man. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. Geez, rushing much. Right? And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence. The trial that would decide my destiny. Destiny indeed. I feel like we're not gonna like it again. It's actually heresy to say that openly. So this is the courtroom. The bailiff said. It is pretty messed up. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And yes, this does go on to become, that's obviously one of Winston Payne's ancestors. Prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there's one point of order I would like to confirm. I don't... Tolbir hates him immediately. Don't worry, it gets better. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. Before everything. I forget if the, like, cutscene at the top said the year. I don't think it did. But this is well before. I think it's like early... Actually, wait. I'm gonna Google it because now I don't know. But it is before all other ace attorneys. Victorian era Britain. Let's see if Wikipedia tells me. So it's framed quite a bit before. Also, the soundtrack is good. I didn't have an exact year, but... Normal procedures for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I'm obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is it. This must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Well, answer, obviously. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Alright? I love the, like, eye twitch. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? It's already spicy. What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikotoba told me everything. Just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I will be able to get you off. No, it's not that, really. It's just that, well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikotoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Well... Very well, then. Court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well... Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel. Really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. That's why he's looking around like a crazy person. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Hmm? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. Same, bro, same. He gets me. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still. Try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court. Fake it till you make it, it's in the blood. It's in his genes. I want to know what his fan says. You must have perpetrated, a most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are to be expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. When do I get to throw him out a window? It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you've undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. His fan says, I'm a butt. You know, it wouldn't surprise me. His fan said, kick me. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But... wait. I'm so nervous. I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke? Let me guess. Your mind's gone blank? You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. Which is still a thing, yes. But I can't even find that! It's simple. You can access the court record with a press R. OMG, I see the relations. Right? For the prosecution and the defense. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I should press R for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. Oh my god, button. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people. Thank you for the tutorial. Find details about the victim in here. John Wilson. From Britain. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Thank you. Now you better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record and then press X to present. Thank you.
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. How is his bandana flowing like that? It's his aura. Pretty sure we decided. It's his main character aura. It's always like that. Well, for as long as we see him anyways. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we've just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. It's... you know what? Not gonna question it. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Human University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? But I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Spicy. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. I was indeed. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Just like I said, like, 15 minutes ago. Not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. I love how even in this picture, like, the still image's bandana is still flowing. Yep, see you tomorrow, bye. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table. And I introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. It's an enchanted D&D item. Bandana billowing. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Does it I know... Oh, it doesn't... Wait. I didn't... Oh, I can examine that more closely as well. Not that it has a lot of things on it. State before the court and the cause of death. Cause of death. Well, obviously that was... Reno scare. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the thing, and press the button. Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, a doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Fair assumption. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Thank you. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. You would think, but this is fiction. And sometimes you just need a scapegoat. Very well. I'm satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikotomo? Yes. Clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Thank God. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. To reiterate, every assurance must be backed up by evidence. Well, the witnesses, for one thing. Well, my first piece of advice is, rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. No, the headband must stay. Oh, him! Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course, my name is Satoru Hosonaga. I'm the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Is he okay? Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, bandana must stay. It's such aura. If he took it off, would there be another one underneath it? It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. It's never really explained. It's just a thing that happens. Well, it really, really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. That does sound right. Understood. Hosonaga-san, you will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Perspiring? Maybe? But aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. Oddly not facing his table, but we're not going to talk about it. Unless it's the table that's not his. Always remember, this is a game, and we're gonna take this to be, like, law accurate. Standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
It broke its own rule. I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inappropriate time, you will be penalized. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. Oh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today. Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I kind of have to give it a second. I think. I'm gonna wait. I desperately want to say something, but I was told not to interject. Interject. I'm prepared to tell you to study. You're the kind of man who would diligently get to work, aren't you? I suppose I am. I'd never have gotten into Yume University otherwise. But you can't just always follow the rules in life, you know. If you don't say what you want to say right now, you'll seriously regret it when you're found guilty. Alright, you scared me. I won't forget that piece of advice in a hurry. And there is something I want to say. I'm just going to shut my eyes and say it.
Yes!
Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? But I'm sure of what I saw. Also, I didn't study law. That's not what I was in school for, I'm pretty sure. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. We'll be taking that. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Can I look at it? I kinda wanna flip it over. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. That's so suspicious. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him, and he's now dying a little. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Someone help him. So, the court has now heard summary of the case. Yes, the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. Would seem we're looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. Thanks. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense if you're determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? Gee, I wonder. What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? I didn't do it. Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual, about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As you probably should be. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet for Yunosuke. It really hasn't. This trial takes a hot minute. And they only get longer from here. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Okay, indeed. Prosecutor Ouchi, please consider with the proceedings. Continue? Consider. Words. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but who calls you a saint? Press X to doubt right now. But I can be a devil when I want to be. Bruh. What is this man's attitude? In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. My words. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses. He is gaming's most tropey villain ever. Yeah, he is. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Some names in this are goofy. The next upcoming ones are a couple of them. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasunosa. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation. And conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District. Curio correcto at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And, not infrequently, converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at the carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. Sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir. Did you guys hear that? This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So, this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. This is so hammy, it's a whole pork. But I love this game. Ain't good. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now the court will hear your formal testimony, please. Ouch, she is giving me the impression of a Redditor. Oh, just wait. We mentioned seeing a lady at that table, right? I can't imagine if we, might see a lady in this courtroom at any point in time. We'll state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir. Standing by to report, sir. Unsavory memories from a most disturbing afternoon. Testimony time. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. From the back? I was on my hands and knees, investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Something about this seems a little funny to me. Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. That wicked university cadet, sir. A cruel and unforgivable enemy. Why does he have a knife? What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryanosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Too bitter. Don't drink that. Then, when I had finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. I just picked it up, because I'm the smartest one in the room. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal in the scene somewhere. Somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue as to who that criminal was. There is? Ryanosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. Do the thing. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Has it? Therefore, it's my grave duty to declare the verdict of this Well, I was talking. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands its right to a cross-examination. Oh, we're all shocked and amazed. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Just bar this old man. Well, how did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is exerting its right to a cross-examination. I love how he looks like so, shocked in the background. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Kazuma's so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins for Ryanosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witness's statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Right? Evidence. That thing that I have in my pocket. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Rinosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Okay. I'm not gonna read that again. I'm gonna save it though. Because I always do. Oh, I have many slots. That's good. I always save before I do things. Let me have a second to drink this. Oh, I can press every statement. It doesn't say to, but sometimes there's good flavor text in here. Why? Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beef steak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? Beef steak is a delicious cut of veal vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beef steak will be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right. I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it. Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. He looks so done with me. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops. Sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me? Or do you keep hearing a sort of where? Crying though. Negative. Are you sure? Well, at least we've learned that he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. I'm glad I did that. Yes! I have no idea what you're talking about. A Koban boy. A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. It's got room for that? In the hope of an cognizant phrase of its indisputable value being present. Words. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant? Yes, yes. It's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet. Where? You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination. I didn't say anything. Although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his meal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. You saw it, huh? So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? I saw you, affirmative? Laughing, cackling like a madman as you traded the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. But that's impossible. I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. Oh, what's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. I double arg, but I will double my sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd have got where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem that this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. No more, there's 2 more statements. Oh my god.
Yes!
I do this with every single one usually. So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... I've had just about enough of your sauce, cadet. I wanna throw a brick at this man. No. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform? Well, there's someone standing right next to me who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back. Isn't that weird? Because, if we take a look at... Isn't that weird? If we take a look at this... Isn't that weird? From the back, huh? Is it Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something that the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court, thrust it in the witness's face, and make him choke on it. Okay, well, this is the last statement in this.
Yes!
And then we'll present the evidence. On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course. The exquisite Hoei-era Koban coin. I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes from the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. Koban vanished? Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. Bang. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than, though it was no concern of mine. I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed, myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. I know. We know their lies. Time to expose them. There's evidence. Somewhere in there you'll find something that doesn't add up. Yup. I'm skimming this. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty, which is why I save. Usually a million times. Good luck, partner. Thank you. Mexican steak. From the back. Well, that doesn't line up with this.
Yes!
What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There's a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell us that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I get that. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more blatant. To spill it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Yasanosa? Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir.
Yes!
But no, that just can't be. And why not, cadet? Because... Military grade, I know. Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh. What? What was that? Something just popped up from behind his back when he pushed it down again. Certainly, there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yasanosa, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. It is absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There's no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh my god. There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. Everybody goes, humana, 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 humana. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. An ace attorney, you say? But I definitely saw him. The university cadet there. He was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. Which is dumb, but we'll never get to address that, I don't think. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either? Myself, I have already seen quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh, yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Hoera Koban. Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did, but I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded treasure. Maybe the real Ace Attorney was the friends we made along the way. Nothing could distract me. Out of interest. Did you find the coin in the end? No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I'm sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Why would we promise that this afternoon? Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. This man is like a dog when it comes to showing his guilt on his face. Yeah, but that's what makes it fun. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Nah, to her. Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. This little bitch. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing the next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Very well, the court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Isn't that clear? It's clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Just ignore the baby in the background, I guess. Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative. The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up to the ranks, sir. Name, Ido. Ido Nosa. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido. Tension. Your father's about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Yeah, he's definitely watching. Oh. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Almost. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man, he was that young man, young lad in black. That much I myself did see. I can't read. My god. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Is that really the case? No. I wish I could do more with this, but I cannot at this time. Dang it. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. That doesn't match up with what I've said earlier. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Sure about that, guys? These testimonies are certainly compelling. Hello? Wait, that's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman. There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. You're not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? A picture of a table. Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. That is true. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. This doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I want to look at that for a second. Hold that thought when looking at it. So it is... I don't understand. What's going on here? It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. Doesn't the room show 4 seats? The room... It shows, each table has like 4 seats, but that doesn't necessarily mean they were all occupied. But that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him. Oh, the second photograph. It does indeed. There should be a third visible. There should. And this only shows the one. It may be one of those... I don't know if it's an inconsistency that, like, either it's in-game or if it's just an out-game, like, mistake, almost. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that Takatsuchi Auchi, will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honor. Meanwhile, I seem to be having an existential crisis. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it. To draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. Oh, we're gonna do it. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses. We'll make it quick. Understood? Rules can be so unbending at times. Wait. It is a good habit to save at the top of these kinds of things. I don't think there's anything immediately obvious, so I have to press all the statements. No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? How could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think that says it all, don't you? Grr. Grr. And let us not forget the antique dealer witness, the accused in this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, correct-a-son? He had nothing to say on that.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I told you already, that's only because I'd picked it up off the floor. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when... I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. There's something bothering me about... maybe this is the same, I think. We'll see. I feel like there's something about the food on the table. And exactly at that moment, bang goes the gun. After the gun was fired, why would he need to wave the gun at him? A gunshot rang in my ears. It's a good question. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry? What do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner.
Yes!
You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again. I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. If only there had been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know. Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of the time to eat. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hata Clinic? Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. It's as simple as that, as they say. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. Are you sure? I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it is hard to see how it can be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Well, yeah. Of course I will.
Yes!
Yes. If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
We don't know that. Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. I think I'm a screenshot of that line. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Thank you. Let me see it. Can I... You want me to look at it yet? We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. I was just about to screenshot it. I mean... If I have it, I could post it somewhere. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Send me the screenshot. I will, if I can find it, I will search after stream. Also, that moment could be clipped. Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, correct, Hassan? Well, let me... I can't look at it. Standing all by himself. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone. That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. No. The antique dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. You sure about that? Why aren't you telling the truth? What? What did you say, cadet? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just the case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right. Yeah, he did. We talked about that. Precisely. In other words, you were the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But if such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Of which I have none at this time. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. If we haven't looked at it that closely, I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Which is what I was trying to do. I needed it to be tutorials. Some piece of evidence, magnifying glass, examine. Yup. I can turn it around. I can click on stuff and I can look at it. I'm curious, Tolver hasn't said anything in a while, and I don't know if he's still here. Do you hate this game as much as I thought you might? Can I can't examine that. I need to tell me to do that. The crosshairs start to pulsate. It's kinda weird. Press A to investigate further. Thank you for the head pats! Hello! Welcome back. This is something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Can I do that? Nope. I need to use all these buttons. There we go. Oh, it just... Prior to every visit. Yep. I hate clinics almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgery. Food was tasty. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. I'll never forget it, never my whole life. Most people would give their right arm to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. Oh. We can open this. And it says... It's got a whole bunch of things. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Is that enough anesthesia to take out a molar? Extraction of molar? I mean, he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. Well, isn't that weird? And why is there food in front of his dead body? Really? Sounds like the information worth bearing in mind. Indeed, with this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. I think it's time to listen to the testimony again, don't you? I'm gonna save it first in case I put it on the wrong statement, because I am dumb. The only one's present. Dining all by himself. Well, that's weird, because he wasn't supposed to be having food.
Yes.
Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer? Only for today. I wish I could, but first and foremost here, I'm the accused. You know, Skay? Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I worry about him a little. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, and thanks for the advice. Correct this on. This is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see. And I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. What? Let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have had done before that time is completely irrelevant. Except it's not. Grrr. But that's, Remember, Ritosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. I don't think he knows that many of those. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. Yeah, a lot of, I didn't actually see it when it happened. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all. For the simple reason that there was no one else besides this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have... This medical report card has nothing to do with the case? Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. It's half petrified already. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hota Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result, the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, cadet? You had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. 3 hours. And depending on the anesthesia you get, sometimes it lasts much longer. What? No, that can't. Correct the son. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more? There's always more. But wait, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Grr again. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Partner.
Objection!
What is this nonsense? You little upstart. These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. My turns have tabled. Wouldn't you agree? Huh? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense in this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? Nope. Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... Oh, anyway, in case it bonks me. But obviously it's gonna be our third person. Or as of yet, unrevealed. Had to be somebody else. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person.
Yes.
Yes, there was. There was, because I saw her. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that those witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial. Relentlessly. Cosmo? Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel. I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have issue with them. Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We've demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you deliberately lied when giving your testimonies, which you did, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury. And, since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No. No. Hold it. Negative. There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. Tactical meeting? I was just following orders. From who? That's right. As the man says, just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Oh. What? What did you just say, Correct-a-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? Now hold on, lad. I was, say you never saw the gentlewoman? Prosecutor is also guilty. Toss? If he's only told him no. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Oh, he seems as surprised as anybody. Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, counsel, explain what's going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not. The prosecution knows nothing of this. Well, the prosecution doesn't know that much, so... Not this prosecutor. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouth shut? Well, that's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. Ryunosuke? And let me... Judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Ouchi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It would only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Will... Oh, look at this! What does that say? Well, that's unexpected. First trial... What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Well, let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here... There we go. I know that's the thing I need. Did it update his thing as well? Nope, it just says he's the waiter. Well, he's not the waiter. He's not a waiter at all. Any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Well, I just found it, so... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything. Make sure there's nothing we missed. There's no time to lose. I already did that. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this? Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. I should probably keep my eyes open when I'm working, but that's fine. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is...
Yes!
the waiter. Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san? Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock. What possible reason would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. It could if he's not a waiter. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were? Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by his business card. That's why he didn't want to give it to us. The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question? I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail. Words. But I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. In other words, the front. I beg your pardon? Potato Man seeks the truth. Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, you probably should have said the front. Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession? But that's surely... Good gracious. That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power, as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... Here he be. Inspector Hosonaga. I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. Court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. I was so mad. Flashback. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So, you mean to say you really are a detective? He hasn't had a loaf of bread in weeks. But why would a detective be working at a restaurant as a restaurant waiter? Ah, of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? That needs to be a soundbite. Recorded and uploaded as a sound alert. Or do you mean, like, me saying it or him saying it? I have to find it. Phone call. Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. Either or. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We've just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner. Therefore, I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Wouldn't that be correct? I gotta... Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable. As I suspected. Bang. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Even he got orders from somebody. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! We're all thinking. What are we thinking? One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Cosmo? Yuma University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain. And I'm fairly certain that one of them is studying in the medical faculty's research laboratory. Is a young Englishwoman. What? Huh? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. And the court demands you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Jezile Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory at Yuma University's medical faculty. What? What is happening here? What is happening indeed? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. I made it everyone's problem. Very well then. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we've now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
No, the trial will continue. But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the new deadline of a ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. And no... Calm yourself, Council. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Huh? Thank you for making me not hunch over. Unshrimp yourselves. It's been 2 hours. I'm torn because I know this goes on for a while longer, but I want to finish it. Had an extremely unpleasant waking dream. Oh dear. So my dog wandered away. Patrick! Yes, sir? You will locate this Josiah Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. You should show Roxas the new thing. Okay. I know the thing. I know the thing. I'll show both of them and see if I can fix the other one. I had Tolvir plushie. Asset is real. I mean, I do have a version with blanket. There we go! The VTube studio didn't mess it up. Wow. He is real. Drawn and rigged by the lovely people over at Moshi Studio. I know the thing as well. It's the guy from the Fantastic Four. He is probably more for comfy streams or like collabs with Tolvir. Or maybe I'll just use it whenever. I don't know. I just had the book because we're doing a visual novel stream, which is a rarity. Book. Back to book. But that means you'll be going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. Yeah, this might be a really long stream. Although I might have to go to my BRB screen and see if the dog went out. That's why she left the room. It is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. I feel like this wasn't flawless, but okay. So, it won't be a problem? Bonk. I'm being bonked. That might be a problem. Alright. Nothing will get in my way. Said maybe all the blood I'm coughing up, but it's fine. As he said earlier, it does not bother him. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Josiah Brett, to the witness stand. Forgot my usual follow-up. The bonk. Do I make myself clear? Yes. Your Excellency. Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. The save screen, on which I shall... to be continued. I'm not continuing it later. I'm like afraid that I won't stream this again, so I'm doing it. Or I'm doing my best. I love how you can see my first files from 2021 when the game was new. But I will be right back. I don't know if it's better if I just mute my mic and step out of here. For the doggo. I just see where she went. Oh, BRB. Hello. I'm back. Sorry, whenever the dog leaves the room, I just assume she's asking to go outside. And she did want to go out. Thank you. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. Sort of. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. Returneth. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it. It's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Yay. Where is that? Well, she was just outside, so whatever she wants. Miss Josiah Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? What an unpleasant image. That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. By the way, there was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I am sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? So obvious that woman is French. Just wait until you see the woman in question. She is, She is. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. Oh boy. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself. Then, on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Thank you. Sounds interesting. I do remember her hat. That's all I'm gonna say about it at this time. Professor Mikotoba. Well, it seems I was right. Good gamble. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, seems we planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life, I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. What? What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma? Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. Again. To me? Yes. You need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? No pressure. Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. Off to war. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. Croissant. But I have no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Thank you indeed. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Kazuma-sama? Oh, bye. Defendant Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. Oh, back we go. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow before these old fossils know what's hit them. Fossils. Well. Kazuma. What? Thank you. Really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial... Old people bullying. He's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. And we won't. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. With an extra large portion, of course. Back to it. Power of friendship. And evidence, but mostly friendship. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Aochi, have you managed to subpoena the witness? Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Oh, sorry. What the government scrutinize, that's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. Are they flounders? If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up. Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy. You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I feel like I've never seen maneuvering spelled this way. Is it my tiny American brain? Possibly. I won't deny that I'm no expert. I'm just a student. One who could arguably study harder, too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Old words, kid. Well said, Ryunosuke, despite the wide-eyed look of terror. The eye twitch is still great. You little brats. Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. Eyes popping, skin pallor, sweating like a sauna. Looks about like he described. Well, there is going to be a line in this that makes it even better. The visiting student from Great Britain. I have a screenshot of it, that's why I remember. Yes, Your Excellency. Oh no, I'm gonna have to read it. Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? What the actual fuck is that? Of course, my name is Satoru Sanaga. I've been working undercover as head waiter in La Carnival. My true... Yes, we know about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Oh. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? In more ways than one. Oh, no. The lady says her name is Josiah Brent. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Oh no. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Oh no. Oh no. He's gonna say something dumb over there. As far as I can tell. The detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. Haha, you'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? I really am. I'm trying to watch, I really am. I told you. Where's the fight command? I want to end this. She says, yes. I feel my IQ actively drop. Oh, I mean, if you hate it that much. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? It's weird how common that is. Seeing as you were, so unfortunately, present at the scene of the crime. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. This man sounds like a simp. Well, I mean, the prosecutor? Yes. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Oh dear, we're back to this again. Order? Order in the court? Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Even worse, he's a schmooze. Schmooze. Schmoobin. Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I'll have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Merp. Merp. Merp, merp. In his testimony. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot it right before my eyes. Tragic. If it was true. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch. Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard. I'll look at this snow-white angel. I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's the lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so, on the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit as she is today. As you can see, there was nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. Well, I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. Ugh, that's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Bruh. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that. Which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Hey, yo. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Hey, yo, what? Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Oh my god. I think this is 2 parts, this trial. I don't remember.
Yes.
Press all statements. Always. After 2 p.m. in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions in Britain, do you? Late lunch is in vogue, isn't that right? If only I could lift her dress. No. In cursive. Oh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic. What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is. I'm just waiting for the "we must all speak English" line. It's gotta be rough.
Yes.
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he just had a tooth removed at Hota Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. We proved that already. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Well, then why was it in front of where he was? Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have traveled to a distant land on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. I need to know where exactly is the limit break button. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. My god. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right. Other than some carbonated water. How would you drink carbonated water if it's not flavored? Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. Why is the inspector answer her constantly even when she doesn't say anything? Sometimes it shows the animation of her telling him. But he's supposed to be like translating for her. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Weird. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. Well, it doesn't quite add up with this, does it? I only see one glass here. What do you think? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. Not that we saw that, but she said it. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. I would hope so as well. Order beefsteak. Myself. There are 3 more statements after that. We can press them all. Well, actually, we'll press this one too. Or I like to press everything, but I think I'm gonna save it and present. I can only with this for so long. But I think this will work.
Yes.
That's it. Peak stalling tactic. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... It's odd. Very odd. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brent just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not just one. You're quite right, Counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. Well, then who took it, huh? But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she was saying. Good gracious. Sorry. You should be sorry. There, as I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. She's a thief! We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd. Oh, really? So to be taken that you are now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? Shenanigans, even. What? No. This can't be put down to mischief? I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Don't count. Don't think about it. Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. So, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. Is that really true? This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. But in the end, it comes to nothing. Curse you and your logic. I've thought the same thing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? Of course not. Well, I don't know, Billy. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. I don't think we have anything that can show that, though. Just looking at everything that we have, which is not a lot. Oh, no. Did I wake up to the first trial? This is the first trial indeed. Yes, you're right. The first chapter of this game, this first trial, has no investigation phase. Later chapters do have it. If you guys want me to keep playing it, which I like this game, there would be a lot more. I'm sorry, there's no need for logical reasoning. Yeah. Where he said the student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning, but in the end it comes to nothing. So she took the glass away in her hand back there. There's deeper significance there. Technically it's all of them. But technically we also talked about a second gun. Hang on, before I make a fool of myself again. Click. Since the bag she took the glass in. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see. A little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag. In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. Depending on the size of the bag, yes. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. Shrimple, even. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we could deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. Is it now? You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga, he hates how low impact his slaps are. I think it's funny. Personally. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Jesiel Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No. No. Order. Order, order. Order, order, order. What's the meaning of this, Inspector? I don't know, you tell me. The meaning of what, Prosecutor Ouchie? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, pardon. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Why, he seems rather agitated. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting. Simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. This photographic print. Oh. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. I think he's allergic to his own BS. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. You see something weird in this photo? Because I do. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. Certainly can. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. And you were just fine with her taking a glass, for no good reason. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. That is true. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. I think there's a couple things. Thank you for helping me to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Critical hit to the defense. Someone help him. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted into the court record appears to have no further significance. Dies of cringe. No. I think that's what happens to Tolver. That's why he's gone. And it's 3 hours later for him. I'm sorry. I'm satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, and there's only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Even he's thinking. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Not quite yet. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weak are meat, while the strong eat. Which is a thing I will do very late tonight. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. A fact you could chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? Hey, Kazuma. His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma, what? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. I think there's something. The witness flubbed her testimony twice. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. I think there is. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. Seems we'll be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Oh. Good. Wait, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems that the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance. He did it. He slapped the table with force. There's no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question.
Objection!
It would. This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. There could be no problem with this evidence. You better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. Sure. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Ain't no way. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. A wheeze. There's something about this photograph that just doesn't seem right. Only I can put my finger on it. I know. Well, I know something is funky. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. I'm gonna save it here in case I mess it up so that we don't have to redo too much stuff. Okay, that would be annoying if I did. What? But be warned that if unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. We'll identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you've alluded. Well, I think it's this.
Yes!
Look at this here. It's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection!
Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. I'm sure he could grasp the situation, get a firm hand on the case. Burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Even she seemed a bit upset about this. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. But why would he have a burn mark? The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. I don't know about that. I might know. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aoshi points out, unless a firm connection to the case could be shown... You want me to show you guys? I can show you what I mean. We just magnifying glass our way over here. Why doesn't that look familiar? My man keeps hiding more evidence. Well, how about that? Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. Of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, and I hope that I might uncover something useful. Indeed we did. Yes, you're right. I am? Oh my god, I am? If we can just link that burn to the case, if we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open. Just give up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that. Indeed, I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case? Then you would allow it? I would, yes. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as he pointed it out, what I did notice. She scheduled a meal during the court date. I mean, she wasn't supposed to be involved. Like, the other witnesses lied about her. They didn't want her to be here. It's color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what that burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. And listen.
Yes!
Yes. What's this, Counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. Other witnesses lied, hid, and she stole. Yes. They did indeed Yeah. We spent the first part of it proving that the other two were lying. The other three were lying. About the fact that she had been there, because everybody else was like, he was alone. Photographic prints are amazing indeed. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further would be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. She does mind. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it that shows the reason? It's right here.
Yes!
The beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah. Aha! Your Excellency? Are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Carnival. Aha! Aha! Ah. This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah. Ryunosuke, you genius. You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant. Plot thickens. But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other, unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Huh? Sadly, Prosecutor Ouchie, the chances of that are extremely slim. Also, for those who may not know, from the Phoenix Wright trilogy, the descendant of Prosecutor over there, his name is Winston Payne. And I'm not making that up. Thanks. Hi. The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I could see it. I've been investigating the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter for La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter!
Yes!
Yes, indeed. There you have it. Something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream. Not on that day, or any before it. That's right. And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ouchie? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Indeed. I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think... Are you thinking what I'm thinking? What he's thinking? Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I'm starting to think that maybe... we've been led into a terrible trap. We've activated someone's trap card. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson is already dead? No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... indeed. Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already... dead? She doesn't seem surprised. Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's madness. Character development. Order, please. Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Or was he? That's right. That's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student. But clearly, he has no grasp of the facts. He went from the little plaps to the proper megabunks. No, that's wrong.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Ouchie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts. As usual. I beg your pardon? As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Beg what? Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard. Ouchie begged our pardon. I told him to beg. It's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. A shocking twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. What? Your Excellency? The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. I live to see another 5 minutes. You got this. I hope so. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help. Especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. We're all shocked and amazed. Ah, Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? I might have missed that? Well, of course I do. I'm studying your country, after all. There's a thing that, like, the prosecutor says that's very goofy. Maybe it was something that he said if you press a statement and I skipped it. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. No way she speaks Japanese at the most inconvenient time. Bruh. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, Well, you are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words. Ain't no way she said that out loud. About the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrists like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. And that they accepted that, they're so cooked. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. God damn. She really just said all that. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope that it's the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? What the hell? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett. Put up with the cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed in this little bully of a student, as you put it. Doesn't miss much. Oh my god, ain't no way. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. I don't think it will, but okay. If you fail to demonstrate with any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? I will be stretching immediately. And drinking more, which is nice. We'll be sad when I run out of this. That's not the end. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you might proceed with a cross-examination. There should be a few more, yeah. But I'm gonna be really bothered if I end stream and it's not, we don't, like, finish it, so. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. You think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? What fun. You hadn't realized. I love how he's like, oh my god. Estimated trial time, 3 minutes. Actual trial time, 44 hours. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence on a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink. Correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. I have enough English to understand that at least. For the benefit of others in the court, it means bless you. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact is, the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Prosecutor Ouchie is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, like out a window, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces with all those causes of death, it's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought. Calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question? Have they discovered poison before? On my honor, Takatsuchi Ouchi will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. Way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here, which we have, like, none at this time. Yes, evidence.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. And we just let you carry a glass out of here. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Hello? Someone's thinking something over there. It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I am trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand. Killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. I think I passed the bit that I've been thinking of. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Ouchi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem correct. Someone seems upset over there. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not showing up any new information. This man is such a simp, I'm taking psychic damage listening to this. Well, I think I actually skipped the bit where he said we must speak English, so tragic day indeed. We need to find a way to break her testimony and the cross-examination will be over. What that would mean? I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Cosmo? What, Rinosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. I will be joining you in the crusade against the Sips. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosanaka. The detective? Yes. He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant. If it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what he's thinking. Find out soon enough, I suppose.
Yes!
Yes. Superior.
Wait.
There it is. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. Not that she needed one, but you know. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find that they often let their guard down. You're right. Look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. There's even a little thought bubble, just to make sure we know. Nah, not like these people. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? I'll explain how to do it now. Marker? What marker? If I hit a button, I can turn my attention to other people. While you're looking at other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them. Catch the right person at just the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Like now. You ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people in the stand? Just take a good look around. Alright then. Yes. Here we go.
Wait.
I mean, look. There we go.
Excuse me!
Excuse me. Ah! What the? What's the meaning of this? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts. Deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you would say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. Oh, is that how it works? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. And he was a witness from earlier, too. Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga? Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. that. I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. Let her take evidence away. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. You'd never guess what he took. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. What do you think he took? A crime scene thief? I can respect it. No, you can't. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. I don't think the carbonation is in question here. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I don't know if he'll live long enough to see that, though. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Perfect. Give me a second, give me a second, I need to look at this. Hold, please hold. Label. It's written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. You know what it says? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. You go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. It's the water in it that I'm curious about. Although the label is funny. This carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. Looks like there's a little left in the bottle. Although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much. I'm absolutely parched. I'll just have a sip of this to keep me going. No, Ryunosuke, you can't do that. For one thing, that's evidence. You can't just go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me. In more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. Well, that's... he's cooked. Only if he drinks that water. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his... fervor. We'll just, Please do show me. Well, how about this?
Yes!
What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to... poison? Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? Order. 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 It's very quiet in here. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who possibly could have done it. There's only person? Docile Brett, it was you. Never noticed that typo.
Objection!
This is outrageous. To suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile. Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. Everyone handling that water was so cooked. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We're here to determine the truth. If I may... It is you who should be silent. Except she's not British. She is British. What do you mean she's not British? Of course. Dear lady. Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. The bottle, her name, she's absolutely French. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector. And whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? He just lied with his whole chest. I don't think he lied so much as he doesn't know. The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No. I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Every poison in this country, every poison that we know of, yeah, it's like... Venues is available in this country at the present time. But remember, she's a medical student. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present the court at this point? Oh really? That was kind of our last one. Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. The name of the bottle. It's not the name of the bottle, I promise. It's French. Holding it. Look who it is! Please, wait. Isn't that? What is the meaning of this? Wallahi. Do you know? Lahi? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Suzato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Lahi. Mikotoba? Roxas does know Lahi. In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. We like her a lot in this house. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Someone just busted in the room with new evidence. To be continued again. Oh my god, I'm hungry. But I don't want to leave it unfinished. Part 3. I thought it was 2-part. It's a 3-part. Anyways, onwards and upwards. Here, let me. Give me a quick second. I'm gonna Google and see how many more cross-examinations there are. If I can find it. I know I looked at this. I can find what I'm looking for. Trial part 3. So this is the last section. And it's gonna have... Oh, we're getting close. I think. Well, if you have to sleep till there, because I know you have to work earlier than I do, because time zones and such, I understand. I hope someone is still around. Please don't let me finish this by myself, and then I'm gonna go inhale food, go sleep. But, actually I don't have work tomorrow, that's right. You don't have to. I have to work tomorrow. But I don't work till 7 AM, and it's only 8 PM, so... This is a really long weeknight stream! We're getting there. Well, I understand you are the judicial assistant to the defense, but why this sudden ingress into my courtroom? Ha! A judicial assistant, and a woman no less. The rules state that females are not permitted into this court of law other than to testify. Yes, I fully understand. I ask only for 5 minutes of time. I have some vital evidence that I must hand over to the defense. Ah! You're too late, little girl. This trial has already been concluded. 5 minutes. I will not allow a moment more. But, Your Excellency! I am most grateful. Hello! Who exactly are you? I'm sorry, there's no time. Please, simply accept this for now. He likes a foreign lady. What can I say? What is it? A report about something written in English? It's just Albrecht's research. The Englishwoman's? After the trial resumed earlier, I hurried back to the university. I went to Dr. Wilson's laboratory in the medical faculty and borrowed this paper. Oh yes, that's right. Miss Brett was studying under the professor, wasn't she? So, does this research, whatever it is, have something to do with the case? Of course it does. I'm afraid I don't know. I do. I haven't been able to listen to the proceedings of the trial myself. Oh. Oh, of course not. Special characteristics of curare and its effects on human subjects. Interesting. Curare? What's that? I've never heard that word before. Curare? Curar? Curaga? Time's up. The prosecution demands the immediate removal of this female trespasser from the courtroom. There was too little time for me to read it in detail, but I've summarized what I could on a note just inside the cover. If you think it could be valuable, please cast your eye over it. This is wonderful. Thank you. Goodbye then, and good luck. I'm gonna skim this real quick. Poison made from the bark of certain trees in the jungles of South America. Affects instant paralysis of the entire body and subsequent death, even in minute doses. Route of entry, the above-mentioned effects occur when the poison enters the body through a wound such as that inflicted by a blowpipe dart. Due to its ability to render the human body paralytic, it's believed the toxin could have application as an anesthetic. However, a solution for the respiratory arrest caused as a result of the full-body paralysis must be found first, or patients would die of suffocation. Thank you! Bye. We've had long enough, Council. We cannot detain our English guest any longer. I ask the prosecution and the defense now one last time. Does either side have any further evidence to present to the court? I presume not, but she's a good girl. She is good. I love her. She's great. The prosecution's made its case convincingly enough already. Nothing more to add, Your Excellency. Ryunosuke, we're out of options here. This really is our very last chance. Yes, I know. Your Excellency, the defense does have new evidence. It was just handed to me. You were all here and watched it. Now look. The unyielding stare of a true Japanese warrior. Well, Miss Brett? Yes, Your Excellency? If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could grace us with your presence a little longer? It's a delightful invitation, but I'm afraid it's not so very long until tea time. I'll have to politely decline. Forgive me, Miss Brett. It seems I wasn't clear. I realized it was phrased as a question. However, I must ask you to treat that as an order. Someone's unhappy. I've said it many times before, but the Japanese language makes no sense. My apologies, dear lady. So, Counsel, what is this new evidence? This thing that was just handed to me. Miss Josiah Brett, we understand you were studying under Dr. Wilson at Yuma University, doing research. Research, by sheer coincidence, perhaps, into a deadly poison. What? Poison? Where are you going with this, Counsel? A toxin known as curare, Your Excellency. Even the slightest amount of this deadly poison entering the body leads to instant death.
Objection!
What complete and utter nonsense. Curare, you say? I've never even heard of it. You wouldn't have done. What do you mean? I mean that you wouldn't have heard of curare before for one very simple reason. It doesn't exist in our country. It doesn't exist? Correct. Which means, no matter what tests the police can do for toxins, they'd never identify it. Why? Because there is no test here available here that can identify the presence of this highly deadly poison. What? Voila. The plot thickens. Counsel, does this deadly poison truly exist? According to this report authored by the visiting research student from England, curare has long been used by the tribespeople of South America as a poison to lace their arrows. It seems that it's reasonably well known among European doctors and scientists. To lace their arrows? The plot is thicker than molasses at this point. The report states that it is produced from the extract of a tree that grows deep in the Amazonian jungle, and it was first brought back to Europe at the turn of the century by explorers. It claims that animals shot by arrows laced with curare suffer instant death. Doesn't that about sum it up, Miss Brett?
Objection!
Trumpery. These aspersions, aspiring, are utter trumpery. To start with, if the victim had been administered some of the so-called deadly poison, he would have been squirming and writhing in pain, and other diners would have surely noticed. That's true. What do you say to that, Inspector? I said that's not how a poison works. It induces paralysis. We read that part, but they didn't, so. Obviously, I would have noticed a disturbance like that. I don't remember anything like that either. I didn't notice the professor being in any kind of pain. I ain't suffocated. Really unfortunate. According to this, however, it's the other way around. What do you mean, the other way around? The very fact that the victim didn't show any visible signs of distress is evidence that curare was used. That's why I would have been screaming. Explain yourself, Counsel. Pulling a Google Translate because what is trumpery? I don't know. The moment this toxin enters a person's system, it causes instant paralysis. In other words, afflicted victims lose all strength and are completely unable to move. Even if they are in total agony, there would be no visible signs of pain at all. How terrible. Indeed. Obviously, if a man lost all strength in his muscles, he'd collapse on the floor. But with a chair under him for support, as Dr. Wilson did, the effects could go largely unnoticed. But I don't follow, Kazuma. That's just paralysis. I thought the poison caused instant death. The full explanation is extremely unpleasant. The poison caused immediate paralysis, as I said, leaving the victim unable to move. But after a short time, the paralysis is so severe it causes the muscles that control respiration to fail. Respiration? Attractive articles of little value or use. We've been educated. In other words, the actual cause of death is suffocation. And all the while, the victim is conscious and aware, just unable to move. That's hideous. To the observer, it would look almost like the victim was slipping peacefully into an endless sleep. But for the victim himself, his final moments would be a living hell. That is the true nature of this deadly curare poison. And you're suggesting that this bottle, Council, actually contains this terrifying poison?
Objection!
This is all very convenient, isn't it? A hitherto unknown poison for which there is no means of testing? What a happy tale for the defense. If I may. All these facts. You think you're so clever, but you must be taught some— Shutting up. It is you who must be taught. Of course. Dear lady. Drink the water. I don't think we want to drink that. So, this is how you Japanese behave, is it? What? You steal another's honest hard work and then announce the results as if you discovered them? I'm appalled. What a loathsome act. Well, Miss Brett, the feeling is mutual. Whatever do you mean? Capitalizing on the unfortunate circumstances of an innocent man to frame him for a heinous crime? That really is a loathsome act. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection!
Enough of this. I, for one, refuse to accept it. The idea of some poison that doesn't exist in the great empire of Japan is breaking the rules. What's so funny? Oh, excuse me, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? May I borrow that bottle for a moment, please? Well, I guess I don't see, why not? I do. She just conveniently has the glass. Don't get too big for your boots, you insignificant little island boys. Sorry? To an Englishwoman such as myself, this whole affair is a farcical comedy. Your little police games and these foolish courtroom antics, it's laughable, really. But I'm getting bored of it all now. It's time for the games to end. Cheers. Cheers indeed. Wait, what are you doing? Should drink the water. No sparkle left at all. How appropriate for this shabby affair. Oh wait. No, there's one detail we're missing here. It is in that bottle. Goodness, whatever is the matter? You all look quite stunned. So, no curare. I wouldn't say that. The bottle was clean. Is that what you're saying? You look quite incredulous, little boy. But of course, that's the simple truth. Thank you for presenting the findings of my research so concisely here in this grand venue. Most kind. Thank you, waiter. Now then, Your Excellency. Yes, Miss Brett? I should like to be excused now, please. I think I've given more than enough of my time for the furtherance of friendship between our countries. Yes, dear lady. We're most gratified with all the assistance you've given. This doesn't make sense. It does. It does. There had to have been poison in that bottle. So how? How did she swallow a whole glass and live to tell the tale? I don't understand it. There's a note you're missing, Cosmo. Well, I suppose if nothing else, this little Far Eastern charade will make for interesting conversation at the next party I attend in London. There has to have been poison in that bottle, wasn't there? But there can't have been, because otherwise she would have keeled over dead. Not necessarily. Come on, Ryunosuke, we have all the clues now. That bottle of water, it has poison in it. I'm certain of it. The culprit did put curare poison into Dr. Wilson's carbonated water. Y'all let her drink the evidence? Well, we did. The defense refuses to change its position. You're serious? Because we all know why, right? It has to enter the body a specific way.
Objection!
Fool, are you blind? There's no possible way that bottle could contain poison. I mean, we just saw Miss Brett drinking the water from it. That's right. Which rather complicates your argument, I think. And I believe that complication can be explained. How exactly? I need to think through all the things that don't quite add up here, one by one. I'm sure the answer is in the evidence we have in the court record somewhere. It has to be. It is. Very well. If the defense truly intends to assert this claim, then I must ask you to support the assertion with evidence. Well, the notes on the thing. It's simple, really. The answer to this riddle is right here in Miss Brett's own research report.
Objection!
That's not a valid explanation. No? After all, we don't speak English. That report is utter gibberish. This impudent young scoundrel is trying to ridicule the court, Your Excellency. I'm not trying to ridicule anyone, honest. I'm just reading Susato-san's notes. I concur. This report is too extensive to be considered in its entirety by the court. You will direct this to the pertinent section, counsel. Wait, hang on. Route of entry, yeah. Special characteristics. We've been hearing a lot about this curare poison, and it's left me curious about something. Oh, counsel? Well, it sounds as though indigenous hunters have been using this poison for years and years to lace the heads of arrows to shoot at whatever prey they're hunting. That is true. So we've been led to believe, yes. And the point of hunting is to catch prey to eat. Get to the point, please. But if they were to use these laced arrows, doesn't that mean there would be traces of poison left in the prey the hunters were going to eat? Yes, good point. So surely the hunters wouldn't want to eat their prey, would they? Because of eating poison. Good gracious, counsel, though that would be madness. But I actually found the answer to that conundrum in this research paper here. Under special characteristics, it says this. The poison starts to work after entering the body through a wound. Through a wound, you say? I see, that makes sense. Yes, the mention of that particular detail seemed a little strange to me, though. But it all makes sense when you interpret what's written like this. When curare enters the body through an open wound, it has terrifying poisonous effects. However, when it enters the body via the mouth, it has no poisonous effects whatsoever. Unless you're Dr. Wilson. What? Miss Brett? You authored this research, you knew curare's special characteristics, and you knew that you could make a spectacle of drinking that water without any danger to yourself. You meddling little Rapscallion? Well, Renosuke, it turns out the hat is now involved. You're an even better lawyer than I thought you'd be. Really? Me? Oh, I see it now. A lawyer?
Objection!
The hat is alive. All this poison talk is fascinating, I'm sure. But I failed to see how it possibly... So, the ill-bred little puppy has a new toy to play with. Some facts he read in a book that I happened to write down, but we're not going to talk about that. But I'm afraid knowledge doesn't suit you, little boy. It only makes you look silly. What are you trying to say? Your schoolboyish logic has a fatal flaw. Schoolboyish? Flaw? As even your brain has managed to deduce, curare is safe to ingest. It seems likely that its effects are neutralized by the acidic nature of the gastric... What? Oh, yes. Well, of course. Gastric suckers? What are they? So if this lethal poison is completely harmless when drunk, the professor would have died when he swallowed it, would he? That's right. Good gracious. Good gracious indeed, this is taking so long. That's basic science. Science that even a schoolboy should be able to understand, no? I see it too. Because we talked earlier about why the professor couldn't eat. The logic holds. If the lady and the professor drank the same poison, they would be affected in the same way. They actually wouldn't. Are you trying to suggest... Yes, this curare poison is completely irrelevant to the case on trial. That's right. Surely even a little cockroach like you could understand something as simple as that. The two of us can spread our wings here, lady. You really want to play that game? I will assert dominance. What is this swelling up inside me? I've never felt like this before. It's a sort of conviction to break down all the discrepancies. It's so intense, almost rage-like. And more than anything else, it's an animalistic desire to take down my prey. No, that's wrong.
Objection!
Yeah. I don't think so, Mistress Albrecht. How dare you use that tone with me? You made my mask go all distorted in size. You know very well that there is no fatal flaw here. You know exactly why, even though both you and the victim swallowed the same poison. You are alive, but Dr. Wilson is dead. Counsel, I'm sure I don't need to remind you. You must provide compelling evidence. I don't want to click the wrong one. No, I won't. Because if I misclicked and I had to redo this, I'd be real mad. As we now know that this poison is completely harmless when ingested.
Take that!
As Miss Brett so readily pointed out, she drank the same water as the professor. However, there was a fundamental and fatal difference between the two diners. A fatal difference? The toxic effects of curare are only felt when the poison enters the body through an open wound. So, for a healthy person with no injuries, drinking it is completely harmless. But... what if there was a wound inside the mouth of the person drinking the poisoned water? Inside? Yes. Like the wound you might have if you had just been to the dentist and had a tooth extracted, for example. Ah. Miss Brett, you've acknowledged many times in your testimony already that you were well aware of Dr. Wilson's dental appointment that day. So that's it. You used that knowledge to orchestrate this. Uh-oh. Is she laughing? I don't like to repeat myself, but honestly, I can't resist. These childish courtroom games and your half-baked arguments are all so puerile. What do you mean? What does that word mean? Don't worry, little schoolboy. You'll find out soon enough. she just reached over and took it? You see, when you leave vital evidence lying around, you never know what might happen to it. Is she crashing out? Yeah. I mean, it could just slip. Oh dear, how careless of me. I just destroyed evidence in court in front of everyone. I'm afraid some crucial evidence may have just been tragically destroyed. No. What just happened? It's the Englishwoman. She just smashed that bottle. And in the Supreme Court. What a terrible blunder. What are you waiting for? Collect up as much of the water from that broken bottle as possible. You're wasting your time. This delightful carpet under my feet here was a gift from the British Empire. I assure you, it will soak up the water beautifully. You have neither the technology nor the presence of mind to recover it. Can you believe that? How could you? You won't get away with this. You can thump the bench and shout as much as you like, little boy. But I'm afraid we'll never know, will we? If there really was poison in the bottle, or not. Are you thinking what I'm thinking, though? And let us not forget, we still have some very compelling evidence left intact. Isn't that right, counsel for the prosecution? Oh, of course, of course. You're referring to this photographic print, I assume, dear lady. That's right. And really, looking at this photograph, it's as clear as day, isn't it? The poor professor was sitting with his back to me, which is weird, because you were nodding together, supposedly. Didn't you say cheers? So, of course, the only person who could have shot him from the front is the little schoolboy.
Objection!
That makes no sense. No, you killed the victim that day. You think you're right. And then, in order to frame Ryunosuke and Naruhodo for the crime, you waited until he picked up the pistol you'd arranged for him to find on the floor, before you shot the professor's dead body in the chest with your own hidden gun that we haven't found yet. Then, in the confusion that followed, all you had to do was turn the dead professor in his chair around. You see, you had every opportunity to commit this crime. What a wonderful imagination you have, young man. A hidden gun, you say? And I shot the professor's dead body, did I? Well, I'm terribly sorry, but you don't have a shred of evidence. Of that, we don't have any. Exactly. And as you have nothing to support your wild claims, the prosecution's stance remains unchanged. The victim, Dr. John H. Wilson, was killed by a gunshot into the chest. Delivered in cold blood by the accused, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ugh. This is unbelievable. How can this be happening? We had her, but now, is she really going to get away with it? The way she destroyed that evidence was obscene. Ryunosuke, yes? We've come this far, but now you're the only one who can finish it. What do you mean? We've lost a vital piece of evidence, it's true. So if there are any clues left for us to use now, it must be in your head. In my head? You told me before that your powers of observation were the one thing you could really depend on. Well, yes, that's true, but I didn't manage to notice that this woman was a foreigner with a swan on her head. So think back again now. Try to remember every last detail about the scene that day. Everything you saw, everything you felt, every color, every smell. What I saw, what I felt. Every color. Dang. Is Cosmo right? Somewhere in the vibrant memory of the same scene in my head. Could there be another clue to expose the identity of Dr. Wilson's killer? I'm pretty sure there's a clue. Actually, Cosmo, I think I might have something. Thinking back over everything I saw, I think I might have uncovered another clue. Let me look at that. Oh, oops, not this one. It's clean right there. Well, you can't really tell the black and white. You always have something up your sleeve, don't you, Ryunosuke? Nice. Oh. Come on then, let's wipe the smug smile off that Englishwoman's face with some evidence. Alright, I can't wait. I can. It's been niggling me? For a while, something feels amiss in my memories of that day. Whatever it is could be the key to arriving at the truth about all this. It's here somewhere. I mean, is it not right here?
Take that!
Inspector Hosonaga, answer me this! I knew we had to investigate the stake play as well. That's why I was like, I know there's more. Yes? What is it? He's still miles away. Probably thinking about that bottle being smashed. As you've said a number of times now, you strive for perfection in your investigations, don't you? Absolutely. I wonder, therefore, if perhaps you took anything else from the scene of the crime. Like, for instance, the plate of steak that you took to the victim's table that day.
Objection!
Wait a minute.
Shut up!
I didn't even have to do that. Where are you going with this, little boy? Where am I going indeed? It's just a memory that's been troubling me. What memory? I saw the scene shown in this photographic print with my own eyes that day. And I saw that on the wooden base of the plate the steak was served on. There was a spattering of blood. What? Oh, really? And what of it? Obviously, that must have happened when you shot the professor. No, that can't be the case. Take a good look at the photograph. This photograph. And the relative position of everything here. The plate of steak is almost directly behind the victim. If I'm supposed to have shot Dr. Wilson in the chest from the front... Look at this photograph. Every time I do. Makes me laugh. There's no way that blood from the victim could have ended up directly behind him. Yes. For blood to have made it onto the plate implies the plate was between the victim and the shooter. You'd think there would be a little bit more of it if that was the case. Which means the shooter must have been sitting opposite the professor, as you were. Jezile Brett. I beg your pardon?
Objection!
I feel like it's not very much blood for that, but it's fine. This is beyond ridiculous. Fabricated nonsense. Is the court seriously expected to believe something the accused has apparently just remembered seeing?
Hold it!
Holding it. This could be the moment that my entire career in the police force has been leading to. Inspector, you mean... Yes, I took the plate in the interest of preserving evidence from the scene of the crime. I took it, meet it all, and I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief because of it. Care a little? You did what? I took the steak that you had been eating, Miss Brett. I took the steak that the sergeant had been eating. He took literally everything. And I did it all in the name of justice. Commit to the bit. Then we can find out for sure whether or not there's a bloodstain on Miss Brett's plate. Oh, I remember this bit. I had forgotten about this detail. Respect the bit. We must examine it. I think I remember. Certainly something about this plate. The court wishes to examine the plate from the victim's table. Yes, sir. Sir. I think the plate investigation is... the last part, the second to last part. We're getting closer. Oh my god, it's been really long. Here's what you ordered. The steak. Well, what about the blood? Is there any blood on it? Of course there isn't. Quickly, Inspector, the blood, man. Show the court. Of course. Examine the plate at your leisure. Yes, sir. Oh, you would have missed Yasanosa. No blood. No blood anywhere. Well, he said he took 2 plates. Well, we know that the sergeant was also eating steak. But that's impossible. It's not impossible. I know I saw it. I'm sure of it. Well, I also feel like that looks like more meat than what's on that plate. It was right there on the table behind the professor. There was blood on the side of the plate. What an unbecoming expression, little boy. You see, this is why I always say you can't trust what the Japanese tell you. And why are you going to school here? Ah. I couldn't agree more. In the case of this disgrace to the Empire, I believe we may finally have reached a conclusion in this trial. Not quite yet? Let's hope so. This let's pretend attempt at courtroom proceedings is painful to watch. But I do promise to do my best to forget all about it when it's over. This sorry-looking steak reveals the facts all too clearly. It'll reveal some. If the sorry-looking accused wishes to examine it again, be my guest. I will. Was the plate I saw? I thought I saw just a figment of my imagination? She really said that in their courtroom. Check this out. Isn't that weird? Huh? What in the world is this? I think it's a Koban coin. And the hallmark is from the Hoei era, I believe. Wasn't somebody looking for a coin earlier? No, I don't mean what is it. I mean, what's it doing there? Wait, did you say it was a Hoei Koban? Yes, and apart from the beet juices, it looks to be in good condition. I imagine it's very valuable. This isn't the first time today that there's been talk about Hoei Koban. I've heard of pearls before swine, but I've never heard of bullion in bullion. And I don't think you ever will again. This is extraordinary, though. This means... You guys know what this means? Certainly never expected to find a precious coin underneath this thick cut of meat. You're quite valuable. It's well marinated in the juices, too. What? You thinking of eating it? No. But the next time I order a steak in an expensive restaurant, one thing's for sure. My heart's going to be racing as I lift up the meat and peer underneath for a prize. I think you might have the wrong end of the stick about this, Ryunosuke. Only one logical explanation indeed. There's something left on the plate. The other thing is this emblem on the side of the plate. Is it a cat? It's a cow, obviously. Most likely because the restaurant's signature dish is beef steak. Seems a lot of different restaurants have their own unique tableware. So this is a symbol of La Carnival, is it? I'm probably gonna have to do that all over again. This is it now. I've lost. Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. I clicked too soon. Not until the final gavel. My bad. Never stop believing in yourself. Keep looking forward no matter what. Believe in myself? Really? Yeah, really. Don't let your dreams be memes. Maybe I should at least examine the evidence for myself. As the evidence requested by the defense has not been shown to be problematic in any way, I presume any further examination of evidence in this trial will be unnecessary. Does the defense have any objection? A bloodstain was going to clinch the trial for me. Spam detected. Man, Ceribot is so fast. Beef steak. F-steak. There's another clue. We already revealed it. Your Excellency, please wait. This plate of beef is hiding another clue. I like Ceribot. I also like Ceribot. Another clue that will reveal the shocking truth.
Objection!
You know who this plate actually belongs to? The only thing that's shocking here is your unhealthy fascination with beef steak. Your Excellency, I think I've made myself clear, haven't I? I will not be able to turn a blind eye to any more unnecessary procrastination in this trial. Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Miss Brett, but we must ensure a thorough examination of the evidence. I will not give a ruling until I am completely satisfied that all reasonable doubt has been dispelled. I see. As a newly affirmed ally of my country, that's still your position, is it? Thank you, Your Excellency. Counsel for the defense will now clearly show the court as to what you were alluding. Oh, hang on. I mean, it should be just the meat itself. Wow, we'll click just in case. Always save just in case. Ah. Under the beef. Ta-da! I saw the thing that we read. I'm not gonna reread it. Oh, I need to hit present on it, don't I? I want steak now. I need to hit present.
Got it!
Good gracious, that's... a... Koban? What on earth? Hoya wanted that. Miss Brett? This is in fact the beefsteak that you ordered at the restaurant on the day in question, is it? Tell me, why is there an old coin seemingly hidden underneath the meat? Hey! What a ridiculous question. How should I know? I've never seen that thing before in my life. I don't know what this is, but I want no part of it.
Objection!
I fail to see how this is relevant. A coin under the meat? That could have simply been a careless mistake by the chef in a moment of distraction. Dude.
Objection!
Don't be absurd. We're supposed to believe that this happened by accident in the kitchen. Rare Hawaii Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak. If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll rip up my ticket to Great Britain right now. He's right. It can't be a coincidence. Your Excellency? Yes, Counsel? Rare Hawaii Koban just happens to be hidden underneath that piece of steak? If this turns out to be irrelevant to the case, I'll give up my lawyer job right now.
Objection!
By all means, don't let us stop you. No one invited you anyway.
Shut up!
Perhaps, little boy, you should realize it is you who is relevant. Even though I'm the one on trial here? The point is, it's essential that we ask the owner of this coin if he can explain what it's doing under that steak. The owner? Yes, it's obvious. There's only one person it can belong to. The owner of that... Oh, I almost... It's him.
Take that!
Obviously, it can only be the antique dealer and owner of Rasute, Curio Correctasan. Curie as in Mr. Cucumber or something? Honestly, these ridiculous Japanese names are quite unfathomable. Ah, yes. The old man who testified earlier alongside the military sergeant, correct? Yes, Your Excellency. I remember him saying that he was up to something with his Koban coin when it happened. He was trying to sell it. At exactly the moment the gun was fired, he was looking for it on the floor. Because it was gone. Gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? What were you doing? Hunting for treasure. Indeed, the Hawaii era Koban, my prized coin. Then this Hawaii era Koban, do you mean to tell me?
Objection!
No, please, why would Correctasan's Koban be sandwiched between the victim's beefsteak and his plate? It makes no sense.
Yes!
Indeed. Because that's not the victim's plate. Which is why I'm asking to bring Correctasan back to the witness stand so we can ask him. We're so close. I promise we're close. Officer, bring both witnesses that testified earlier back in here. Without a moment's delay. Swear to God, if we get to 5 hours, we'll crash out. I can't believe we've come back around to that pair again. But I have a hunch. A strong hunch. The strongest of hunches, that if we chase down the real significance of this Koban, we'll find there's a key element in this case. Yeah, like maybe plates got swapped around. What's all this about? Why have I been called up again? Don't you realize that it's dinner time for little baby Ido? I don't know, son. When my son's belly is empty, he's fiercer than a pack of wolves. Exploited by the police we were, like miserable dogs forced to bear false witness. And when cast from this courtroom myself, I became a ruined man and a worthless, withered antique. Nothing more have I to say. The sun is set on this Rasute shop owner's existence. Be that as it may, correct-a-san, something has come to light that requires your clarification. As far as your Rasute memory serves, have you ever seen this? That's it! The one! The very exact one that it is! The resplendent, splendiferous holy treasure that my rusty bones managed to misplace that fateful day. It can't be. As I thought. Young man, enlighten this decrepit old fool. Put me out of my misery. Put us out of our misery. Where? Where was my treasure? Where was it dropped? It's covered in meat juices. Where do you think it was? Oh, I'm not sure if it was dropped anywhere. We found your coin sandwiched between a beef steak and its plate, soaking in the season's meat's juices. Sandwich? Soaking? Seriously? Clearly, it couldn't have fallen there by accident. Which means somebody must have hidden it there on purpose. Somebody concealed my highway treasure between a slab of meat and a metal plate? Tasty coin. Nom nom nom. Who would do such a thing? Such an unconscionable thing. I don't know. Can't imagine. Excuse me. Can I say something? By all means. Yes, of course. The silence. I know. Proceed, Inspector Hosonaga. I mentioned this earlier on the trial, but I was working undercover in the restaurant in order to investigate another case. Ah yes, that's right. The secret undercover operation. A Carnival is a high-class Western cuisine restaurant. It attracts wealthy diners, including many foreigners. Thank you for the head pats. Recently, there's been a run of similarly executed thefts targeting the restaurant's rich clientele. A number of such incidents have been reported to the police bureau. I've been bonked. Wicked crimes indeed. Somehow I'm getting bonked for them. We wanted to nip the case in the bud quickly, especially with so many foreigners being affected. So that's why you were sent in undercover, is it? I took on the job of waiter at the restaurant in order to flesh out the criminal. It seems likely that this Koban incident is the work of the same thief. So unbeknownst to us, there was a master thief at work at the restaurant on a regular basis. The place was already the scene of several crimes, it seems. Several indeed. I don't know about the master thief part, but the identity of the person who stole and hid Correcta-san's Koban is all too clear. What? What? I think the court would like to hear the defense's view on this matter. Who indeed?
Take that!
Obviously. It can only be you. Sergeant Iyasanosa? What? How? How dare you? You monster. Monster? I stole that Koban, did I? I'm the master thief of La Carnivala, am I? You're seriously accusing me of these crimes, cadet? But it wasn't me, it was Ido. Ido is the mastermind behind all this. It was the baby. You will push the blame for your crimes on your own son, an innocent little baby? It's you who's the monster, Sergeant Nosa. Clippity clop, clippity clop, clippity clop. I think he just broke his back. this game. Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yasunosa preparing to stand down in the Supreme Court, sir. Do any of you know of the extraordinarily low wages the Nippon Imperial Army pays those it expects to keep our country safe? I understand that the temporary increase in taxation owing to the recently ended conflicts remains in place, but I've heard it's hard for lower-ranking soldiers to make a living, yes. All I want is to put a hot meal on the table for my son. That's why you were stealing things at the restaurant? The place is heaving with money. Every 3 days, I'd go there and do reconnaissance for a target. And I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak at the same time. Sounds like he doesn't bother with a knife and fork even, which is worryingly believable. And your target that day was the old man and his koban? Yes, sir. He was an easy mark. I slipped the coin into my pocket without any trouble at all. But how did it end up on the plate? A veritable phantom thief you are. Phantom thieves? I was all set to leave the steak I was halfway through devouring when it happened. Yes, when the professor was shot. I knew that if the police conducted a search and found the coin in my pocket, I'd be finished. I'd hope too. So I hid the incriminating evidence as fast as I could, on the double. I slipped it under the steak, hoping that I'd be able to rendezvous with it again at a later date. How are you gonna guarantee that? The silence again. This is ridiculous. Perhaps you could carry on with this absurd prattling in your own time? Well, Miss Brett. Oh, of course, dear lady, of course. How rude of us. How rude, indeed. I'm quite sure there's no need to detain you any longer at all. May the esteemed gentleman please be excused, Your Excellency. Indeed. The theft of the koban was clearly perpetrated by this baby-saddled sergeant. It would certainly appear to be unrelated to Dr. Wilson's murder. Would it, though? Of course it is. Hiding a coin under a lump of meat. The sheer nonsense of such an idea astounds me. Nonsense, is it? Well... Oof. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork, it's beyond nonsense. It's pure madness. Very well. Now that all questions concerning this witness's testimony have been answered, I see no further justification for detaining her. But there is. Miss Brett, you are free to leave. Hang on a second. Thank you, Your Excellency. Good luck, everyone. And good day. He's having a thought. Ryunosuke, what's the matter with you? This is no time for daydreaming. Oh, no, it's just... something about Miss Brett's parting words there got me thinking. I can't quite work out what exactly, but something she said jarred with me. I feel like there was a contradiction in there somewhere. Something didn't quite add up. If that's the case, don't just stand there thinking, make your voice heard. Sorry? You can think later, but if you don't call out now, it'll be too late. The trial will be over. This is true. Holding it. Wait, Miss Brett. I mean, she just said that he ate that without a knife and fork. And yet, there they are. I'm afraid, just one last time, there's something I'd like to ask you. I'd like you to explain the contradiction in your parting words from just a few moments ago. What are you talking about? What contradiction?
Objection!
What new student nonsense is this? Well, what parting words are you talking about, Ryunosuke? Hiding a coin under a lump of meat? The sheer nonsense. And as for picking up your steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. So why would there be a whole place setting? Yes, I'm right. What you said there exposed an undeniable contradiction. Now I'm gonna save my game in case I click the wrong one. Again. Never risk it for the biscuit on this game. You're gonna need to see evidence. I think it's this one.
Take that!
The photographic print of the scene taken immediately after the incident occurred. I am lost. What's interesting is the plate of steak you can see on the victim's table. The steak that Miss Brett had been eating before the professor was killed, yes. Well, that steak. So, this one is not hers. This is the sergeant's because it has a Koban coin under it. More accurately, Your Excellency, the steak that was on the victim's table just before the professor was killed. Now you're just splitting hairs. Am I, though? Not true. Doesn't something about the steak strike you as very unnatural? Unnatural? What on earth do you mean? It's extremely obvious. I'm talking about the shape of the edge where it's been eaten. This is true. I see you've noticed it too, Miss Brett. Noticed what exactly, Counsel? Just a few moments ago, Miss Brett claimed no Englishman could even contemplate picking up a steak and biting into it without using a knife and fork. Of course she did. She is a refined English gentlewoman herself. Then take a good look at this steak, in particular, the edge where it's been eaten. As you can see, there are clearly defined barbaric teeth marks there. Oh, indeed. Ah! Ah! It looks like Miss Brett has realized something. So, if the witness, as she claims, wouldn't contemplate eating anything without using a knife and fork, there shouldn't be teeth marks in the steak at all.
Attention!
But what is your actual point? What do you mean, what's my actual point? Perhaps the delightful Miss Brett was... Oh, whatever you say, dear lady. As I said, I really must be leaving now. Afternoon tea with the Minister of Justice cannot possibly wait any longer. She was supposed to be having tea with the Dean, I thought. Of course, this will all be over in the blink of an eye. Or 5 hours. Thank you. I've heard enough. You irritating little spectacled samurai relic. Of course, dear lady. He's dead. He can't be he can't be allowed to continue practicing law. What's the matter, Miss Brett? Have we ruffled your feathers? Ruffled my feathers. Clearly the witness knows what this means. She's realized the catastrophic implications these teeth marks in the steak have for her. Ryunosuke, do you know where you're going with this? Sometimes I swear he doesn't know. Yes, now at last. It's all come together. I love it when a plan comes together. The mysterious teeth marks in a steak that had allegedly been eaten with cutlery. The reason why the bloodstain I know I saw somehow seems to have disappeared. And most importantly, the evidence that proves once and for all who shot Dr. Wilson that day. I accept that these teeth marks in the steak are a little unnatural, as you put it, Counsel. But what exactly are you suggesting that tells us? Everything, Your Excellency. Everything? Yes, I believe that these barbaric teeth marks in the steak here amount to conclusive evidence in this case. Evidence that will prove beyond any doubt who shot Dr. Wilson. Conclusive evidence? How many times have I heard that today? You wouldn't know the meaning of the phrase. Typical Japanese empty threats. How can you be so sure? Oh, it's quite simple. If you really had such conclusive evidence, you would have presented it to the court long ago. Actually, the evidence I'm talking about hasn't been brought before the court yet. Hasn't been? What? But just because it hasn't been shown yet, doesn't mean the evidence does not exist. This is absurd. The trial has run several hours already. It has indeed. And you say there's evidence yet to be brought forward. There can't be. I don't believe you have it.
Objection.
I don't have it, but I know who does. When there is someone who does have it, someone in this very room. Oh, he's in the room with us. And if that person is willing to submit the piece of evidence I'm referring to, it will solve every remaining mystery about this case. Very well, I have a feeling this will be my last request to the defense in this trial. It's him.
Take that.
He is among us. The answer is obvious. It's Inspector Hosonaga. What? I have it? Yes. He said it before. You think I've been withholding conclusive evidence? Oh, he's dying again. No, I'm not saying that. Everyone's attention has been focused on this stake with the teeth marks. Yes. Now, earlier this afternoon, Sergeant Nosa told the court the following. I'd enjoy chomping my way through a good steak. And as well as admitting to stealing Correctasan's coin, he told us that he slipped it under the steak. You watch a cadet? I'm a superior officer. Sergeant Nosa, could you please confirm something for me? Was the steak you put the coin under, in fact, your own steak? Affirmative, of course. I might be a soldier of the Imperial Nippon Army, but still. I'm not brave enough to ask a foreign gentle lady if she'd mind me manhandling her meal to hide something in it. In other words, the steak that the detective submitted as evidence earlier was in fact Sergeant Nosa's meal.
Objection.
What? That makes no sense. What do you mean that makes no sense? That plate was taken from the victim's table.
Objection.
Yet the gentlewoman doesn't take bites out of her steak, nor did she have any opportunity to steal the coin. Of course I didn't steal it. To even suggest such a thing would be an affront to the entire British Empire. I'm not that important, lady. Well then, how do you explain this paradox? Exactly. Surely you're not going to suggest that the sergeant switched the two steaks over. Does she not know her own country's history? You did switch the plates? How many switched the plates? Well, after it happened, when I saw the civilian had been murdered right in front of my eyes like that, I panicked. As I said, I immediately lifted my steak and hid the coin underneath it. But then when the waiter announced he was an undercover policeman, I thought I'd had it. If he decided to investigate my slab of meat, that'd be it. I'd be getting my marching orders. So when the cadet here was arrested and taken off to the kitchen, I seized my chance. With military precision and timing, I switched my steak with the one on the foreign lady's table. What? You can't have. I never saw you do such a thing. It was called Operation Lightning Bolt. There was no time for strategic planning. It was do or die, I tell you. So yes, I did what had to be done. Unbelievable. This game is unbelievable, man. However, fear not, Prosecutor-san. What now? I swear on the brass buttons of my uniform, that is all I did, sir. All you did? That's plenty, Sergeant.
Yes.
That's all I needed. So, Sergeant Nosa switched the plates over. It means he took Miss Brett's steak, and the plate it was on, back to his own table. Suddenly. Yes, that follows. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Earlier in this trial, you told the court this. You said that you had not only taken Miss Brett's steak after the incident, but also the sergeant's. Good thing you said that, huh? That to preserve evidence, you had taken both. Ah. I have indeed. That's correct. Then please present it to the court now. The plate that was actually on the victim's table at the precise moment he was shot.
Shut up.
Oh wait. can that possibly tell us now? I mean, a cold slab of tough meat, it can't have the slightest bearing on the case.
Objection!
No, you're not wriggling your way out of it this time, lady. I beg your pardon? Surely you're not that forgetful. Surely you remember the reason why this steak pan promises to prove such a problem for you, no? You're the ones who decided it was a problem, not me. You beg our pardon, then beg. The reason the defense asked to see that plate was to confirm something the defendant remembers seeing. Thinks he remembers. I'm quite sure of what I saw, Miss Brett. A very tiny amount of blood for somebody who got shot right in front of it, but it's fine, we're not going to talk about it. On the side of the plate that was on the table directly behind Dr. Wilson, there was a clear spattering of blood from the gunshot wound to the victim's chest. But does that line up with that? If the plate faced the other way, maybe. I don't feel like that makes sense, but okay. I didn't think about it too hard. And now we have the evidence to prove it. The plate you were eating from, Miss Brett. Let us not prolong this any further. Inspector, we'll show the evidence to the court. Present the beef steak and plate that was originally on the victim's table at the time of the incident. Yes, sir. Yes, sirree. We're almost there. Can't you taste it, guys? The success. Sorry for keeping you. Here's the other steak in its plate. Please, feel free to examine it. The bloodstain. It's clearly visible, look.
Yes!
There it is. Now this makes everything clear. The blood you can see on the side of the plate shows that at the moment the victim was shot, he was facing the table with his back to me. In other words, it's impossible for Naruhodo-san to have shot the victim. Ah. It can't be. In fact, there's only one person who could possibly have shot Dr. Wilson from the front. I'm sure everyone knows by now who that person is. Bloody steak must be pretty rare. That's right. Miss Chesilbreth. It's you! Oh my god, the swan just died. Outdone by a Japanese? Me? By a Japanese schoolboy? No. 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 Oh, never mind, it's fine. F's in the chat for the swan. Never mind, it's very much alive. Oh. What's that? I can't. Enough for this. Where are all these other birds coming from? Why is it dropping chicks? And so she doesn't know how powerful the Japanese schoolboy is. The raw confusion. Please excuse my little outburst. I briefly lost my composure and ascended to the next realm. Most unbecoming behavior for an English gentlewoman. Forgive me. Well, Miss Brett, I think it's time you told the court what actually happened that day. The truth, this time. Gladly, Your Excellency. It was I who took the professor's life using curare. As you surmised, I chose that particular day for one important reason. The professor had a dental appointment for the extraction of one of his teeth in the morning. So you planned to kill the professor, knowing that no trace of poison would be found in his water. Because curare is unheard of here in Japan. Yes. Of course, I never intended to remain at the restaurant for as long as I did. I only needed to see the professor take one tiny sip of his water and it would all be over. I would place the steak I had ordered in front of him to make it appear as though he'd been dining alone, and leave immediately. However, before any of that happened, there was an unexpected visitor at the professor's table. That would be me, I suppose. Yes, you. Who else? Such a trifling matter. But the fact that you decided to come over to greet the professor meant that I had lost my chance to slip away unnoticed. In due course, the professor took a sip of his water and was paralyzed. I made sure he was sitting in his chair such that he wouldn't fall. There was no going back at that point, so I concocted a plan on the spur of the moment. A plan to pin Dr. Wilson's murder on this innocent man. I happened to know that the professor always carried a gun. I decided to use that fact to my advantage. Just so happened to have another gun? I had the bottle of curare in my handbag, and my own pistol concealed under my skirt. Under your skirt? So I was right. There were two guns. Yes. And then I finished my coffee and got up to leave. That's when I noticed the professor's gun, which you had presumably placed on the floor. Place where you were sure I would notice it. And everything went according to plan. You noticed the gun as I had intended. And then, just as you bent down to pick it up, that's when you shot the professor with your own gun. Even though at that point he was already dead. Naturally, the gunshot caused a commotion, at which point the waiter appeared. Obviously, I assumed Naruhodo-san was the culprit and apprehended him. I took him to the pantry that adjoins the kitchen and locked him inside. That's when I took the opportunity to turn the professor and his chair around. Because, of course, you needed to make it look like the defendant had shot Dr. Wilson from where he picked up the gun. I feel like that gunshot wound should be on the other side, though. Maybe not, I guess. So there you have it. That is the entirety of my misdemeanor. Misdemeanor! Only almost 5 hours from the very first trial. The cases only get longer from this. This game it takes a while. Your Excellency? Yes? I wonder. Might I speak with you in private later? I shall call on you. Thank you. Good day then, everyone. Good day? You just confessed to murder. I hope you can forgive me, Naruhodo-san. Oh, no. Oh, no. There's still a bit more to be said, but that is how the case went down. It would seem this trial has finally run its course. Oh my god. I presume the prosecution is in agreement? This can't be. Takatsuchi Aochi does not lose. Not to the likes of this rookie student. I need a drink. You and me both, man. You better start getting used to tough opposition. Ryunosuke Naruhodo? Well, yes? This insult to the Aochi family name will never be forgotten. You've become conceited with age, Council. But the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. Oh my god, here we go. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. The future is now, old man. Look what you did. 1,000 millennia may pass, and still the Aochi clan will never measure up to the Naruhodo clan. You know what? That is true, though. Several generations on. This trial in the Supreme Court of Japan will, I believe, go down in history as the start of a new chapter in our country's judicial system. Despite being summoned as the accused, you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, presented an excellent case. That is some long reach from his sword. It's the aura. Carried the impact all the way across. Thank you, Your Excellency. The use of evidence and deduction to unravel the truth is a modern methodology. After all, it's only been a few short decades since our country opened its doors to the wider world. But the Western ideas of science are rapidly gaining acceptance here. I feel sure that science will soon bring new methods of investigation and new procedures of justice. A new future of law awaits, but what it will look like, I cannot begin to imagine. That is for the young to pursue. Kazuma Sogi? Yes? After this trial, you are set to embark on a journey of discovery to the illustrious British Empire. Learn all you can. Absorb everything of the wider world that you are able to. And do not forget to fulfill the mission imposed upon you. The mission, huh? I understand, Your Excellency. What was that about? Why do you look so grave all of a sudden? Never mind. As for you, Ryunosuke Naruhodo... Oh, yes? In you, I sense... How can I put it? Unusual potential. I very much look forward to seeing how you carry that onwards. Thank you, Your Excellency. It is time to deliver the final verdict. I hereby find the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Oh my god, words. Don't fail me now. We're almost there. There is, of course, another scene after this. Cherry blossoms. Yay. Yippee. Oh my god. I don't know if I intended to play this trial all the way through, but this court is now adjourned. I will never do a full chapter of this game in a single stream again, if I'm playing the other ones, which I would kind of like to, but I will ask chat momentarily. I can't believe it. I can't believe what's happened. I made it. I defended myself and made it through that horrendous trial. Ryunosuke, you finally pulled it off. Congratulations. Well, I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, Kazuma. No, it was a pleasure to watch you at work. So, you owe me an extra-large sukiyaki from the place on Yume University Street. Don't forget. Don't remind me that I'm hungry. I haven't eaten yet. I worked, and I came over here, and I've been doing this ever since, and it's now 9 p.m. Good afternoon. All your hard work has certainly paid off. Hello! Congratulations to both of you for proving Naruhodo-san's innocence. Ah, our trusty judicial assistant. You worked hard for that result too, you know. Oh no, I didn't do any... Thank you so much! If we hadn't had that research report of Miss Brett's, I don't know how things would have turned out. I would have been guilty. Your kind words should really be for my father. I was simply doing as he asked. It was his idea for me to go to the university and investigate. Your father? Ah yes, of course. She is indeed. Mikotoba. Yay. Hang on, I need a drink. Hold up. How I have not run out of drink yet is beyond me. Speaking of Mikotoba. Ah, there you are. I believe congratulations are in order. Naruhodo, you did an excellent job. Thank you, Professor. Oh no, it is I who should be thanking you. After all, your efforts exposed the true criminal that took the life of my good friend. Good friend? Oh yes, you mentioned that before. It was you who actually invited Dr. Wilson to Yume University, wasn't it? Yes, that's right. Professor Mikotoba studied overseas himself. He went to study forensic medicine in Great Britain. Presumably that's when you met Dr. Wilson? Exactly. In those days, we worked together in the same hospital. Oh, you work together? I've never heard you mention that before. Well, it was a long time ago now. Besides, it's your turn, Isogi. Great Britain is a magnificent country. It leads the world. In science, medicine, engineering, culture, and of course, in law. Watch and learn, my boy. See what's happening in the world's largest melting pot. I will. I'll learn all that I can. I swear on this, the spirit of the Isogi clan. You're not taking that sword to Great Britain, are you? Of course I am. A Japanese man's katana is his soul. This blade shows me where I need to go. It cuts down anything that's in my way. Yes, I've definitely seen how sharp it is already with my own eyes. That reminds me, what's happened to the woman? Jezile Brett, I mean. After all, she's guilty of murder. Ah, yes, her. It's not easy to tell you this, but... What do you mean? Surely she's going to face trial herself now. She's the true culprit, after all. He needs a GPS, not a sword. She'll be leaving Japan in the very near future. For Shanghai. What? Shanghai? Jezile Brett will not appear in court again in this country. I'm certain of that. What? But why not? It's a matter of consular jurisdiction. Inspector Hosonaga, you gotta be kidding me. I know, we went through all this, and she will not be put on trial. It was a hard-fought battle in the courtroom today. Very impressive to watch. I must but what's all this about consular jurisdiction? We cannot try this particular foreigner for her crimes here in Japan. What? We can't try her? But then, who? Who's going to bring her to justice? A British consular court will hear her case, somewhere far away where our voices can't be heard. Wait, I see something about this guy? Which guy? There's a lot of guys right now. But why a consular court? Professor, I simply don't understand. I thought consular courts were a thing of the past now that we've signed the friendship treaty. Yes, in normal circumstances, you're right. Oh, Hosonaga? What about him? Then so long as this is not a serious incident of a highly political nature to our respective governments. They can't invoke a consular court just like that? Oh, can't they? Yes, she's a student, but it doesn't justify our governments making secret agreements about her fate, does it? Something strange is going on. So Miss Brett can't be held accountable for her actions here in Japan. I'm afraid that for the young student... That's a Japanese version of Miles Edgeworth? I don't think so, but that would be fun. Today's trial was nothing more than a game all along. There was never any danger of comeuppance for her. Oh, how did I get consequence out of that? I've been reading a long time, dude. I don't believe it. It's his eyes. And we can no longer see. The British government's Foreign Affairs Ministry has demanded that we hand over custody of Miss Brett. They're obviously taking this case of a foreign student committing murder very seriously. But it's all going to change from now on. We can make it change. This is a time of great turmoil, this new era heralded by the start of the 20th century. See, I said... One day, I have no doubt, that woman will receive the judgment she deserves. Yes, change is coming, and we're the ones driving it. Well, I think that's enough seriousness for now. This evening calls for a celebratory drink. But, Professor... You're right. This is no time for gloomy faces. We should be celebrating Ryunosuke's not guilty verdict. Let's start having some fun. In that case, might I suggest La Carnival? As the head waiter, I should be delighted to provide you with ample food and drinks. You're a detective, Hosonaga-san, aren't you? Let's not worry about details for now. To La Carnival. Will you accompany us, Professor? Of course. La Carnival's food is second to none. You know what? I shall go and attend to the paperwork for Naruhodo-san's release. I like this guy. The inspector, you mean? I like him too. Oh, yes, thank you. I love the cast of characters in these games. So, Giselle Brett won't be tried here. There's, in the second game, he also makes an appearance. Well, he makes another appearance or two in this game. But he looks real goofy in the first case. In the second game, like, I can't even. There's a turtle involved. I suppose that means I'll never know. I'll never find out why she killed Dr. Wilson. Kazuma? Yes, Ryunosuke? I just wanted to say thanks again, that's all. You really saved my skin today. I didn't do a thing. You were the lawyer in there, weren't you? The defense was all your own work. Your skills made the difference, though. One day, I bet you'll be the best lawyer in the world. I'm not so sure about that. To be honest, something kept occurring to me over and over again during that trial. I couldn't help thinking that maybe you're the one destined to become a great lawyer, not me. Huh? Come on, be serious. If I helped you today, it was only right at the very start of the trial. But you have a natural talent for it. For being a defense lawyer, I mean. Oh no, not me. All that tense verbal combat? I never want to go through that ever again. I did what you told me to do, that's all. Because I knew I could trust you. That's the point. Sorry? What do you mean, that's the point? Listen, Ryunosuke. Do you know the most crucial weapon is that any lawyer needs in order to win? Knowledge of the law? No. The ability to believe. Believe... To believe what? A defense lawyer has to fight for his clients. He has to believe in them at all times. Like you believed in me when I said I didn't do it. I'm human just like you. I don't have some superhuman ability to know the truth. But you have to make a choice about what to believe in and stick to it when you're defending someone. Sometimes in the courtroom you can really be backed into a corner. But being able to remain faithful to what you chose to believe in even then, well, that's not something that anyone can do. It takes a special kind of person. Believing in your client. Believing in your client, Just look at today's trial. I'm a student lawyer with precious little real experience, but you never stopped believing in me. Well, You faced seemingly hopeless situations time and again, but you never stopped looking for the truth. And in the end, you found it. Through your own efforts, and because you never stopped believing in me. Thanks, Kazuma. To the base. There's something I want to ask you, actually, Ryunosuke. Well, it's a favor, really. Something very important to me. It sounds serious. What is... Ah, you're still here, are you? Yes, back the blood. Oh, Inspector Hosonaga. I've arranged some rickshaws for us. Let's go. Thank you. We'll be right there. Let's pick up this conversation again later. We should be celebrating right now. Your first court victory. And your study tour to Great Britain, don't forget. Ah, yes, that too. So my very first trial came to an end. Tuberculosis water! What kind of statement is that? Kazuma. Professor Mikotoba. Suzato-san, who acted as my assistant. Inspector Hosonaga, who didn't really play much of a part, but still. The best kind of water. What is the matter with you two? It was because of the help and support of all these people that I managed to get through that trial. But more importantly, Kazuma hadn't yet managed to ask his favor of me. Little did I realize just how much it would change my life. And we've cooked. We've done it, chat. Miss. That whereabouts where it goes. Oh god, yes, please save my progress. That was 5 long hours. Okay. Oh. We did it. I'm not gonna... If I hit back, it's gonna play a cutscene, and I don't want to do that. But thank you guys. Let me look. Let me see if anybody I'm following is even raiding right now. Is she streaming right now? Honestly, I know we normally raid. It's just in case I put the message up. I just you say that. I am actually not going to raid tonight, also because when I raid, I yap for a bit, and I don't want to do that. Okay, I have a question though, before I leave. Oh my god. Before we're done here, what did you guys think of this game? Like, do you want to see more of it? Because I love this game a lot, and I would play it again. But that's if you guys want to see. That is a I will leave it to chat kind of thing. I loved it, forgot why I stopped following it. And you'll get I can't believe it was a statement I didn't press. We must have been talking about, like, she must have said something in English, and the prosecutor was like, oh yes, we must all speak English. And I was like, I'm gonna get cancelled for reading this. And then I accidentally skipped it. But it was, like, on my mind. That and the comment about my fly being down. Well, okay, then I think I'm serious about wanting to also stream Kingdom Hearts. So I will try to do both. So I'll probably do... I'll figure that out later. I just wanted to make sure that it was enjoyed before I, like, just did it as a one and done stream. But okay, that really is the end. I will see you guys on Saturday morning for Kingdom Hearts, and probably in Discord tomorrow. And I'll be very sleepy. Good night, you guys. Bye!